Hello, hello. Oh wait, it'd probably help if I set up my mic. Oh no, everything's falling apart. Mistakes were made. Let's try that again. Hello, hello. Time and day, everyone. So today's going to be a little different as I'm actually getting paid for this one, so I can't make all the excuses. Let's jump right in. Hello. So, I have... my throat is a bit dying. I wonder why. So, I have managed to actually obtain a commission from one... I don't know why, I'm terrified of saying his name. Alkavi, probably butchering it. And just standard little model. So, just to go over some things. I have been given 2 references to work from. So, no real, switching anything. Most direction I was given. Get some various eye toggles and wanting to have the mask and glasses options. So, I'm going to go with that. And, let's see. I have actually, because this is just how I work, I have a little simple list of what I'm going to go through on this. Everything boils down to an Excel file at the end of the day. So, without further ado, let's start this. I think this might end up at about 6-7 heads. Not one I exactly work with, but I can do. There was some discussion. We want to try and get a glow on this arm, which I can do simply through having a layer opacity in and out on the breath count, and that the arm will move a little bit more. Otherwise, I just been told, do what you think works. That is what I'm being paid for. So, this is also reduced from an image he gave me. I believe he created it. I'm not entirely sure on, but if not, I'll be corrected at some point, hopefully. So let's just get this at a 7 wide and go with 9 for the height to give me a little above and below. And try not to rush too much. I am still going to do my rough processes. That is how I work on this. Yeah, he gave me a much bigger resolution, which Sprite doesn't like. And I want to keep it in Sprite, so I've reduced it to 10%. Things I noticed just looking at this. This will have to be at least 2 pieces, one for the front and one for the back. Basically bolted on each other down here. Depending on how far this lifts up, there's going to be a little bit of issue of this being either deformed or having to do animations. Probably going to go with deformations. This I want to try a little something on. Because, never played with it before, but having the arm move, I could simply just, stretch this between each other. But I could also have a bit of linkages. So when I say linkages, I mean individual parts that can rotate on their own to try and reduce all the deformation that goes on. Might be able to get a little bit of 3D effect on this if I do a back for the shoulder piece. So that turn this way, you get a little bit more of this side. Turn this way, you get a little bit of a darker of the interior. The arm, as I said before, want to have a little bit of glowing in here and also some movement slowed down when it moves. So I may be working on having... how I usually have arms up on these models is that they're either going off of a standard body parameter, usually the lean in, or derived from that. I think I'm actually going to have 2, a left and a right one, and the right one here, the golem magic arm sort of thing, will be set up to move a little slower, so they'll both move to the same points, but the pendulum setup will make this move a little more creaky, which is what he wanted. I think I might also try something with these joints here because they're big, they're interesting. It'd be nice to have a little bit of movement on them. And maybe not, but this is, I'm focusing in on as the main sort of feature of the model, besides like the head. I think I might even get a little glowing in here. I might have to pull up the, what did I say? The main reference at the absurd resolution. But I might be able to put a little bit in there because it's the same sort of thing going on. You know, there's a little bit of glowiness in it. I wasn't asked to have this be removed down or have this turned off, so I won't. I might add a few other things going on. Was going to try a little bit more depth on the boots because they're big, they're open lace, they go all the way up here. So might be able to try having a little bit of twisting go on. The way I was told that the character would be used is being logical, collective. So let me just get something up. When I think logical and collective, I think, you know, like the book character. I mean, he does have glasses. So, you know, stands up straight. Maybe goes like this. But we're going with basically, as I said the other day, the eye form, which isn't the most exciting, but will give me some things to work with. Yeah, so I'm not going to have him bounce around. I'm not going to have like a pigeon or like stand up on tippy toes, but I should have the ability for him to stand up really straight. So like a little bit of neck will go up because, you know, really forcing it to make it look like, you know, proper and all that. And since the jacket has all this, I have a lot to work with. One second, I want to check on something real quick. Before I make a complete fool of myself. Do. Yeah, okay, I just want to check. His previous model, which I haven't taken a look at, I pulled a few up from his channel just to see how he worked. Nothing I could really derive from that, though. Yeah, he's more collective, not the most bouncy, exciting one, which is what I wanted to know for character traits. But he did rig his original model. I saw his slime one. I didn't dig too far, which he didn't rig. But yes. Let me get back in here. So other things on here. This is definitely, I can give a little bit of motion to. I was saying like prim and proper. Standing up. Straight. Most of the movement is going to come from a little bit of the waist and a little bit of the neck. The neck will go a little higher because, as I said, straightening out. The arms won't go out too far, but they'll go out a decent amount. I don't think I will try doing the trick I was attempting to with Achi yesterday, which was just, you know, I'd need to animate more than the amount of turns I was doing, because it moved like 3 pixels. It wasn't worthwhile. So, I'm going to have them at their default position and just do a paper doll, rotate up. And so that means I have to have them diced up that way, yada yada. The glasses are going to be interesting because they're very thin. I think I'm probably going to have it be like 1 pixel wide on them, which is going to be interesting. And that I don't know if I want to try having sheen on them. That might be something to do, but neither here nor there for this first stream of it. I don't know if I'll be streaming all of it, but I wanted to at least stream the start to go over what I do in this sort of process. I kind of do in other ones, but I haphazardly do it. Don't know if I'm going to separate this into 2 pieces for the front, because technically there's 2 here. But would they really move separate of each other? Now, if they're tilting up, which I probably won't have, yes, but not so much. I was thinking, because we're not exactly having like steppies and all that, we're going to have these stands, and then any like sort of left and right movement will be basically a bit of like this left leg will move in a little bit, and this other leg will snap to a kind of tilted stance. So he kind of shuffles a bit. That's my thought on it, keeping it like a very collective person. It doesn't jump around as much as I love having jump around on my models. Not going to be that today, so I'm going to have to find some way to add a little more life to it, which is going to be a challenge. So anyways, enough yapping at this. Yeah, 7 heads tall. I live in the 6 one. But he's trying to be a cool character, so definitely have to keep it at like a 7. Yep. The mask I don't think is going to be too bad, except for maybe how I'm going to have to do like some transparency or not doing transparency. It looks like I'm going to fog it, because technically I could just do the eyes. I think fogging it with 20 gray might do it, but we'll see. Anyway, neither here nor there. Starting with this. I could work on the chin all day again, but I think that was a kind of a waste of time yesterday. Whoop. So, at least a lot more out. Somewhat broad shoulders. Like, it says it wants to go 3 heads, but that's 3 heads. So it's more like this. And the typical thing, I'm going to... Whoops. That's why. The typical thing with drawing male characters... Yeah, that's a little further. Is to think blocky. So where I would pinch the waist on a female character... Just basically go down. The hips do come out slightly, though we won't exactly have that in the final one, because there's going to be so much hem of that jacket there. One second more. Let me just take a look real quick at this. I was wondering if the link actually works. No, it doesn't. Let me fix that. There we go. I remember fighting it the other day. Yeah. This is muted. Okay, I can go back into here. I keep the stream up to monitor if it's... Okay. Whoop. Nope, it's not anymore. There we go. I just think it's rather proper to make sure that everything is linked up. Okay. Okay, let's get back into this. That was part of me panicking this morning. It's like, is everything actually working correctly? Did I typo his channel? That'd be silly. But it seems the pasting didn't work, because I've done it before where... Okay. Yes, very human. Okay. Where I paste it in and it doesn't take. You have to like half type it and then YouTube goes like, oh, you really want to link this, even though you use the same exact syntax. Okay, so as I was saying, very standing up straight, a little stiff. I'm just going to cut down a little bit. My only problem with this is going to be using all the tricks I do for making cute characters. Okay, this is where I'm going. Oh, okay, so have the biggest cuff down here. Can work with that. And what I'm doing at the moment is attempting to just see what the silhouette looks like and then adjust if necessary. Because I have an idea. It doesn't mean it's a good idea. Actually, one second. Let me just take a peek at his original model. Channel Muto. Let's go back a little further. That's probably was on Twitch, sadly. Oh, he played Looked Outside. Okay. I still need to finish that. Anyways, This one might need to start a little off, or I need to move them both out. I think for symmetry and just using proper mirroring, I'm going to have these be a bit off to begin with. Oh yeah, I actually picked it up. I did do... There is a bunch of endings in that one. And technically, you don't even have to get, like, a proper ending, but it still concludes the game. It doesn't, like, you know, give all the mysteries, but literally, you have 15 days. Right? Was it 15 days? If you just don't die and manage to not starve to death during those 15 days, you do get an ending. And it's not like, oh no, you didn't do anything in the game, so here's a bad ending. It's a legitimate ending. It legitimately wraps everything up. Maybe not the best, but yeah. Which I was really intrigued by. You kind of go a little insane during the final days because there's not much for you to do if you can't figure out how to progress. But, like, you can easily screw up your original run. Just like you take too long, you're not aggressive enough in some areas. And the apartment building does, like, you know, get a bit more dangerous. Sometimes because you did something, and I think sometimes just because time goes on. Like, I think it's very well designed in that sense. It's like something I would want to do is... Sorry, let me just get this in here. We'll just punt right now. And this arm, it's not longer, so we don't have to make it that. It's just wider. So, say about like... Is it wider overall? The hand is wider. I did not check. Yeah, it's wider overall. Where he has a sleeve that covers up his arm to make it that big, this is pure, utter magical thing. So, big chunk over here. I will roughly keep that hand open, just like he has it posed. I think the other one is of little consequence to how accurate I keep it to that. But as I was saying, I think, yeah, Tenma had talked about it because she played through who don't look outside. If you had to put it in a genre, it's a survival RPG thing like Fear and Hunger, except it's not as just brutal for brutal's sake. Like, you can ride things out, you can just get along and let it all end, but it encourages you to go out and do stuff. It has one of the best ones. Hello, and the man of the hour. Welcome. I'm just yapping a little bit about that while I try and get in a rough of this, but thank you for coming. So right now I am just trying to get the silhouette in to see where I'm going to start with this model. Keeping it mostly straight, as I was saying before, not prim and proper, but confident and cool. The feet would go down mostly like this. Just handing in there. And I want to do a little thing where they slide out, because I'm not doing what I usually do, which is a bouncy character that does steps. So I want to have the legs slide out and like just have a little bit of movement because of that. But I think that might be a little too big. Yeah, that's a little too big. This is where I make all my mistakes. But yeah, Fear and Hunger, I really gave it a try, but yeah, I just didn't have time to go through it. But as I was saying, compared to Fear and Hunger, it's a much more forgiving game. In fact, I think it's like technically the opposite of Fear and Hunger in a lot of ways. Let's keep this at a 2. 3s? I'll change it later, but definitely isn't a 2. But it has a lot more characters, so you have a lot more. Well, it doesn't have permadeath, for one thing. Unless you put it on, I think, the cursed mode or something. Or one of them. Okay. So, growing about here. Actually, this is shorter. Okay. I'm doing all my solving right now instead of in the middle of pixeling like I should. Like I would normally do. So, apologize if this is going to be boring for a bit. But I believe getting the silhouette right is the most important thing with this. Because otherwise, I'm just doing a lot of work on something that doesn't have a lot of oomph to it. Not like this is all going to be covered anyways. But man, okay. But as I was saying, Fear and Hunger has a couple different endings. Well, most of them really require you to get through the story to understand how to get past things, which can be a real blocker to people. Look outside. You just make it through the days. And you kind of learn about things, so your next run is actually, maybe I should go and try and poke some of this stuff. So, okay, this is actually, oh, wait. This is actually shorter. Yeah, this, so if we're saying the collar's down here, or cuff is down here, that's about the middle of the hand. So, right here's the middle of the hand, so this would be even higher. Okay. And then we have 5 big meaty fingers, which I'm going to refine later, because this is actually something I can do good fingers on, because they're big. They're not like 3 pixels 3 pixels either. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, Fear and Hunger doesn't have level ups. Look Outside does, but Fear and Hunger is purely equipment based and like what spells you used. It wants you to figure out what things are actually worthwhile to go and get, and then, well, make a beeline for them. Like what things you can sacrifice, so on and so forth. Okay, let me try this a little thinner. Okay, time to get it out. Yeah, I would recommend Fear and Hunger if you enjoyed. Look outside. Yeah, well, I can understand that, but from an aspect of, I don't know if all horror RPG makers were okay. Let me back up. So, Fear and Hunger I did think was very much like a normal one. It's just, very brutal, which a lot of RPG makers were. But the survival mechanics in it, and the fact that, like, enemies don't respawn. So you have to actually make choices about how you're going to do little explorations and all that. Oh, God. Like, if you're looking for a survival sort of horror RPG, going into Look Outside would be preferable to going straight into Fear and Hunger. I wouldn't say it's a Fear and Hunger. Like, Fear and Hunger, I would have to say, goes a lot more off of no stats, equipment-based, and some very brutal, just pure luck things. Look Outside doesn't have any of that. It's a much more approachable system. I was very surprised by how it's like character interactions and such go. It's like honestly kind of the opposite of Fear and Hunger, to be honest. Where Fear and Hunger is like very pessimistic. Like, yeah, everything's just going to ruin you. There's a bit of hope in Look Outside. Which, honestly, this has been looked into a few times. I remember a story of some researchers investigating dying MMOs because they could have a lot of like linkage to like, events that go on, like disasters and such. And honestly, they found that people, well, solemn and didn't want it to end, were actually quite, how should I put this? The community was still there, even though there was no reason for it to happen. Like, it might fall apart afterwards, but people got together and still did things, even though it was effectively the end of the world. And I think Look Outside kind of does that. Because most disasters put, like, every man for themselves within 5 seconds of the disaster happening. Which does kind of happen, but after things, like, settle down from pure panic and, like, yeah, things are bad, but can we stop murdering each other every 5 seconds? I think I'm just going to have to refine it later. Hands are my enemies in pixels, but enough. There, I can't spend all day on that. I'd like to actually put down some parts today. Okay, let's just black this out. I think the proportions are actually a bit off. Yes. I actually, on my first run, never found that, because once the bus crashed in, I didn't think I was equipped enough to deal with all the hands. So that's roughly actually about there. Right about here, I should say it should be. Well, a little shorter, a little meatier. Okay. Okay, the cuff goes out about here. I am at 64 right, and I'm not doing this a bit off. It's always nice when they have a bit of actual consequences in games. Like, I don't know how to feel about, like, killing any sort of content for it. But, like, having some sort of narrative go on is great. Okay, let's just leave it at now. We have that. So, the one thing I want to figure out really is how this cape is going to work. This part would be rather easy, even though I'm going to, completely mangle it. So this goes up to about mid-ear. This looks to be slightly more than head size on this part. The width of it is head plus change. Honestly, should do a little bit of Loomis here. The Loomis method is basically draw a circle and then cut off the sides of it. There you go, you got a head. I think that lines up more with what this is, yeah. What can I say? I draw far too many cute anime girls, which means, more circle heads. Should be able to pixel up a guy, though. I've done it a few times. Okay, so this is roughly a little more than a... But from here to here, we bounce down to here. Yeah, that's a little less than a full head down, so we can start right here. Whoops, turn this off. Thank you. I can't think of, like, the archetype... Like, the male school council president is kind of what's coming to mind. Where it's thin, it's not like, muscular and all that. If you're familiar with R. Tonelico 2, was it I'm going to pull it up. R. Tonelico 2. The main character of that. Always comes into mind... for the kind of, I'm just going to have to go to a wiki, aren't I? To the wikias. Ah, okay. Okay, I could think of that. It's just the glasses that do that, but I'm still going to pull them up. Give me 1 second. Characters. Also, for being a main character, he was snarky and didn't quite like the situation, unlike every other JRPG protagonist, which is a little dumb and non-combative. Really, you don't have characters on here. Oh. Characters. Crooks. Okay, let me get his normal outfit. I wouldn't even say this is his normal outfit. I think this is just one of the whole sphere outfits. Kind of what came to mind with the glasses and all that. Just confident, not being cool, a little bit snarky. But let me just pull up a good reference just so I can think a little bit of... I believe that was Full Metal Alchemist. Yes. Okay, I see where the arm comes from now. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. It's the glasses that did it. I'll be honest. Like, that's where I first went to. Let me... would you say more the manga or the first anime or Brotherhood of him? So I'm basically going to throw them in here as a mood board, and I might steal a few stylistic of like how eyes go and a few other things in how clothing works. So you get your pick. But let me just pull up this first one I see. Is this okay. I don't know if this is the Brotherhood one. I think I might incorporate a little bit of that into... There, I have 3 windows up and 1 computer monitor. Whoops. It is. It's just a different studio. I'm pretty sure a different studio did Brotherhood, and the manga is definitely going to be a different style than anime. Because anime doesn't have enough budget for it to do what the manga did. I'm just looking for stylistic thoughts on it, because if you link to this character based on a specific version of the anime or the character, I'd like to at least have that in mind. Always go to the original source of inspiration, when you can. Okay, anyways, I'm stalling. Fair enough, fair enough. And I was saying that this was going about a little... 4/5 up the... half a face. This is a little close. This is a little close. Okay, let's back off a bit. Okay, let's do it point base. So we have this. I'll be here for a while, but yes, please do check back. I'm planning at least doing 5 hours, but I need to get stuff done today. Yesterday's stream was about 11 hours long and change. And I became a blob afterwards. Okay. Let's just get where the edges are going to be. So this one's going to be a straight about... Yeah, it's... Angles, help me. I think you're about an... 2. You'd be surprised. Yeah, I tried a few things in that one. Mistakes were made. So the edge of the shoulder would be right about... I'm just gonna... The red line of doom. Okay, so arm is up here. So shoulder's about right there. So... This is a third, this is a third, it's a third more out. Okay, I can work with that. So if this is a third, this is a third, it goes out to right about here. And then you come down, like so. There we go. You just got to think a bit. Now I'll clean it up later, but I think this is a good base. I can work with it. And since it also is pixels, I have to be a little chunky anyways to get the point across. Fine lines get lost in everything. Let's use this purple. So, how far more does this come down? 1.5, I want to say. So, 1.5. Boop. Yep, same one. And it comes out a little less than that, but the edge of it keeps it about the same. Cool. I'll need to get the proper angles of it later, but whoops, does that one? Yeah, it follows suit. Okay. But good luck on your clip making. Or editing and all that. I know how painful that can be. I've only done a few. mostly going from a live 2D animation and trying to add sound and all that, and why can't I green screen this right? I got lucky in I used to use what is it? VSDC, which was free, and I could do most everything I needed, but it didn't do green screens. Then the other day, the Humble Bundle dropped a bunch of software for editing and music, and I got... I'd have to check. I can't remember. Was it Media or was it something else? I have it on my desktop, but basically it's 3, maybe 4 years out of date software they were doing a garage sale on with a bunch of music and all sound editing stuff. So I got something that is technically professional video editing for like 25 bucks. Always check the Humble Bundle. It's more than just video games that give you a Steam key and sometimes a backup. Okay, so we have that. It's a little more intimidating. No. Given body size, no. Okay, let's get this cape into order. So this has to interface with this in some way. I guess it would be going down the back, maybe linking to this. So right about here. Now this is dropped a little bit more, so would this fold up? I guess we would have a little bit of undulation for that. So we go out down here. It doesn't go that far. Okay. Goes down here. And then... Oh, I know if I had the right thing selected. Down to a below knee. Interesting. Which would be right here. I mean, this is... It would drop even more because we're further down than the reference. So I'm going to say, like, right about here. And this will always be off the edge of this because the arm is holding it up. So, actually, it would be back here. Comes up like so. And I'm just going to do this on a separate layer so I could still have some idea what's going on. And this part will be rotating. So, what would be the best way to work with it in this instance? And this goes out and basically follows the edge of the arm, so I would say something like this. I want to get the pattern on it. I think I have enough room for the pattern if I keep it shallow. Okay, so we have it sit about like this. We give a little bit extra room for the arm to move out, but then could push out and mask something to give a pinch here so that this has all the motion it needs to extend further out to not like further warp it and like do weirdness to it. I mean, this will be turning, but them's the brakes. We have it going like about here. Something in that nature. What was his full... He had a jacket. He didn't have anything else. So this opens up, it technically goes all the way down here, I would say. Let me use you. So I grab random colors so I can have some basic idea of what's going on. So right about here, is the belt, because it goes around the waist. My goal in this is not to... Because the main thing with skirts, as a dress item, is that it accentuates hips. So I want to kind of avoid, which is kind of happening over here, which is fine, but want to keep it more trench coat. So stick to the legs a lot more and flare out like down here, like a duster. I think maybe if I do a little something with this so it's still open, you can see like a little gap. Because it technically has a gap down here, even though it's part of this. You have to get it off somehow, so I assume it goes all the way down, especially since it has buttons down here. Have it go like this. I'm just going to put a note here. Gap. Also on 24-hour stream. I'm not sure if I'm still up in the air if I'm going to do a President's Day stream. I'm not quite against it yet. I will see after this one, because I do have to finish up around like 5-6 hours. I'm putting a time limit on this. Otherwise, I'm going to have nothing done this weekend. Okay, ba-ba-ba. And I'm going to look up something real quick. What is it called? Nor Duster jacket. Duster jacket. I'm getting a bunch of cowboys back. Also getting this one, which is a little weird. Yeah. Dusters go all the way down past your knees because, well, they're called dusters. They keep dust off you. This would be more modified, so it has a double-breasted... I think that's what it's called, double-breasted, where it has the whole middle part here. Okay, let's see. Nor Detective. So I don't know what those jackets are called. I thought they were called dusters, but I was wrong. Of course, I'm never going to see him from the front. Nor Detective jacket. I think I can do a little bit of alchemy here. That mostly just goes straight all the way down. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Bingo. This is exactly what I am looking for. Now, it's going to be a little bit changed because it has that pleats in there, but I think if I define the line as it goes out, even though it has a belt on it, you can see that it's very much all the same jacket. And that kind of has a cool design to it. So a little bit of change on this, but it's kind of implicit that it's there because of this. I just have to make it like 3 pixels wide and maybe a little bit of movement. They'll open up to show the gap between there. And I think the only thing I really changed is that it pops out so much because this emphasizes the waist. As I said before, skirts are very good at emphasizing the waist and hips. So, okay. This is the main silhouette. Let's get the hair in there before I move on too far. Okay, we got a little bit of small ahoges. We got ourselves a slight cockroach situation. Nothing bad about that, but that's 2 of them. I must make sure to respect the ahoges. And don't throw a G in there. I always fear the day I'll put a G in that name. Okay. Actually, there's not much of a change for that shape. It is symmetrical all the way down. I can live with that. We have a little bit of out here. A little bit of out here. Whoops. Oh yeah, I made a new layer. My bad. And goes into this, and then side locks, which cover up the jaw, but hug the face. Actually, let me go with the second one, because that's showing it without the mask. Yeah, hug the face, go a little more in. That'll be useful more later. Right now, I just need to know that it goes like this. And that a little more out. Okay. Something like that. And then we have a little bit of hair behind, which will just be placed in the back layer. And then finally, the other outstanding feature is this collar for the jacket. So, let's go with you. And that goes out to roughly middle of the hair situation. So about here. Oh, I closed home. I was terrified that I closed this. I closed the home tab. Okay. Anyways. That goes up to here. May need to drop the shoulders a little bit, give a bit of a longer neck, and I think that's just what I'm going to have to do. You know, I could just move head up. Okay, whoops. I'm at the point I can merge down. Keep the neck a little longer. I might have to change a few things, but I'll get there in a second. So. Cancel, cancel. And that gives a good chunk of neck. Gotta delete a little bit of this. We gotta move this just a teensy bit up. Okay. Let me just do a zoom out. basics are there. The legs are closer together, so that's going to throw it off. The arms are also closer together. All the components are there. The hand's a little big still. Got to keep it from going too macho man. It's a nice, cool school president male. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, might need to squish a few things, actually. Let me just do a little... because I think it's a little too broad. And I think that should be basically it. The rest of it is detail. I'll need to figure out a few things as I go along, but I always do. Hand I need to really work on. So I will need to do that. But first, bop, bop. Let's begin. As always with the face, because I find that's better to work with. Also maybe extending the head out will keep them from looking so broad. Oops. There we go. Alright, pop in here. Very light skin. So, go to my favorite color for this. Saturation is in there. That's about a 50. I want to say 95. Don't prove me right. Everybody's a ghost. So that was 50.95. Well, I could do that. $52.95. Anyways, so we do have a chin here, so I can't do my standard sort of like go like this. This is going to be an actual chin. Might make it a bit that, and then I'm going to take my 3s. Okay, favorite tool time. 3. Your horizontal. Yep. That's a little too... Okay, so I think this will go on much longer than I would do with, like, female characters. Actually, that's not going to work. Or shorter. Okay, yeah, I got it backwards. So I think this will work. And then we start to get into where I can slope it. Soften it up. Maybe just a little further. Yeah. Let's go a little further. So I want it to hit about here on making the top of the head. Turn you 90. I'm doing this by feel, so I might have to start making these become 3s. We'll see, though. Boop. Right about there. Okay, and now we start getting into make this the Dane circle. Two, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I can basically just... Oh, nope. Okay, does that work? Let me look at it. Let me compare. Always have a reference for what you're doing. He's very flat on jaw, so I can't use him as reference. Sadly. That I'm going to use the reference out of. Okay. Oop. Not bad. I think maybe bring it in a little bit more. I mean, I could literally just go up and count the pixels, but they're being a little janky, so I still have to cheat a bit. I'll have to come back later for this with the high resolution of it. I'll probably take a screenshot of the face, but one step at a time. Okay. So, as I was saying, like right about here, we could start doing twos up. Okay. Me do not like, but I think I can solve some of this. So 1, 2. Give the man a jaw. 1, 2. And then we can chop off these two. Whoops. I did not mirror. Possibly bring this down. Yeah, I think... doing that. That's how we'll go. Most of it is going to be hidden, so the jaw is the most important part, but I like to get the face shape right. Okay, anyways, actually I don't have a proper save file for this yet. Okay, commish. Okay, there we go. Whoops. No, that's Linux. Alright, grab this. We're going to do a quick outline. By that I mean inline. Then let's move on to eyes. Okay. That's when I, Nope. There you are. Kind of what I meant, where I said, like, that came to mind first. We have... like I was saying before yesterday of Achi, there's basically 3 types of eyes. Very cute round eyes. Heroic eyes that are basically halfway between that and, you know, the thin slits of eyes that are villains. Vermilion skull. So this doesn't have the roundness, but it doesn't quite get to villain. Let me actually put this up. It'd need a little bit more of a slant. It could get there easily enough, but... I'm doing my measurements. So that is 22, 24. Oh no, 22, 25 across. Okay. Yeah, so it's basically a 2 to 1. It curves down like this, but is sharp towards the last quarter. Let's move you over. I'm going to do this in red for a second. So, whoop, whoop. Halfway. So this is how big? Oh, I need to turn this off to get that properly. $14 across. Make it a little bit more. 16, and then we just make this 8 high. We have our bounding box to play with. Boom. Okay, and I was saying that the last quarter is where that goes up, so right there I'll say. Slice down drastically. This one is probably... Actually, let's get you into this mode. What do you feel like? 3s, 4s, 5s, 6. I think it feels like a 6. Whoops. Okay, and this comes in sharply too. Well, I was saying, doesn't have like villain eyes, but he has very sharp eyes. I'll turn that just a bit because eyes. And we have black for this. It does look like it's trying to be brown, so I might keep it at being brown. It looks like that might be artifacting, or just a stylistic choice to have it pop out more against the amber eyes. Okay. Group. Copy, paste, flip. Do they need to be bigger? Okay, let's zoom out. I think they need to be slightly bigger. Okay, let's go horizontally and add 3 to everything. I'm not mirroring. Means I need to also cut this a little bit more. Remember, not a villain, so can't go like straight down on a 2. Now we can actually hit this. A little bigger because I am going to need to sacrifice the top line. This needs to be down more. So I either need to cut thicker up there or just add some down here. I think that should give me enough to work with. And they all disappeared. Okay. Left eye. Open eyelash. Left eyelash. Let's just go left eyelash. Open. And the hair color I want to go for is this brown. That doesn't match. This is too saturated, and I want to say lighter in color. I possibly would be better off hue shifting it as well. Let's bring this down to 30. And let's drag it more towards red-orange. So all browns are an orange. That's still a little too red. The saturation, get rid of it. Let's bring it down to 20. Now it's not even that color. Oh, that's why. Okay, it's a little too purple. Could work. Don't like it though. Let me just bring this up to 25, 45. Okay, yep, it does make it too bright. Let me just, 1 second. Where are you on this chart? Yeah, you're a lot more orange. That's why. Okay. Okay, let's bring it basically almost to yellow-orange. Drop the saturation down to 15. 60 on color. That's a little too light. Bring saturation up to 25. Now this should be too light, but I think it's closer to the hue. The things I go through to just get close enough, but keep in my hue saturation palettes. 45. Nope, still too light. 35. A little too yellow. Going to push it over to 25. Oh, we got it. Okay. $25, $25, $35. Okay. 25, 25, 35. Why I go through all that? So, my basic idea when I try to do, like, pixel art is stick within... If I don't have a palette to stick with, which I don't because I'm using whatever I pull up over here. Wait, why do you say you're... Yeah, whatever. Let me get this down first. When I don't have a palette to stick with, I try to stick with a range of colors. Like old system... Excuse me for 1 second. Okay. Actually, not a spam call. I don't know how it picks me up from around the room. It's kind of weird. Because it gets me basically in peripheral view, and it's strange, because it shouldn't do that. I guess it just estimates. Okay, and then we have a bit go down here. Okay, is that too... It's a good thing to have. Like, I don't have an idle animation for this. Like, I would never make an idle animation for the ones I use for streams. Okay, I think I might need to just darken this because... Let me just put this down here as hair. Okay, that can go down there. I'm going to drop this a bit of a shade. So, 30. 20. Yeah, I guess I could go 25 in here. Because this is surrounded by so much white that it's having all the color, or all the dark, colors are chameleons. If you have something surrounded by a bunch of white, it looks desaturated and it looks of a lesser value. When you have it surrounded by a bunch of dark, it looks darker and appears to have more saturation because our little meat eyes are very strange things. Okay, we have that. Let's try and get the eye in here. Okay, so we're going off an amber color. Now, this isn't huge like most of them. This is actually more of a respectable, like, actual size of eye. I say that because, like, it fits in there. It doesn't go above or below, but it has to have that happen because this is, well, very narrow. Almost judgmental eye size. So, what I need is basically an eye that is... I'm going to use black for a second. Whoops, that's not the right thing. About this big. I want to go a little bit bigger just to match what's going on. Because as you can see over here, some of it gets covered up. 12 is too big. Yeah, we're going with 10. Like right about there. Now a nice amber color. So that's... Start with an orange. We're going to desaturate it. Okay, let's put that 25. No, I need more saturated. 80. And a lighter color. So, 65. I think that's basically what I need for that part. And once again, I need to do some color changing to make it yellow at the bottom. Well, let's go with this. This is 25, 80, 65. 25, 80, 65. Oh! Because I have... That's why I have edit color on. Okay, let me fetch my palette. Load default palette. And lock those colors down. Now I won't change them. Okay, for the bottom here, that looks to be a standard yellow. Not this straight up yellow. A very much desaturated yellow to about, let's say, 60. Let's make it 55 for hue and 80 for this. Yeah, that's about in there. Probably saturate a bit more, though. So, make that 75. Still think it's a little dull. 80. There we go. So what we have is 55, 80, 80. Okay. I don't know if there's anything going on with the top one. And I am just going to load up the full-size one for a second, just to get a good view of what this should be. It might take a minute, it might kill my stream, but I'm willing to take that risk. Wait, that's the wrong one. No, that's the one with the mask on. I want B. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay. Okay. See what we're going for. You can tell, as I said, I took it as 10%. Okay, we're going with brown outlines then. Could use the hair color. Okay, actually, I'm just going to take this because a sprite does not like things of this big of a nature. Okay. Could be the same brown as this, but it'd blend in too much. I'm going to lighten it. Maybe put a bit more saturation in it. So let's try 45, 40. Actually, this is too bright of a color. Okay. Drop it down to 35. Turn off continuous. Yeah, I think that works. Okay, as for actual eye, we have a white iris. I will keep that. Okay. Surround that a little bit with this. Okay, let's saturate this a bit more. 50. No, brighten it as well. 55, 40. Just to get a little bit of what's going on here. I won't fully capture this, but I think I should try at the very least. It's a little too big. Okay, so I want to make this into a single size slit. So I have two options. Shrinking it or expanding it one this way. And basically moving all these components over one so that I just get that directly in the middle. And I'm going to do this one. Whoops. Terrifying. Still need to soften this a bit, but it does look a little, yeah. So I think if this only steps down 2 pixels, that will solve my problem. So let's get rid of this for a second. Let's merge you back up. And then find where I can cut you middle, somewhere around here. This comes down. And this comes down just to finish it off. Okay, I think that's softer now. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Hey, Sprite, why you do this? There we go. I think this works. But we'll find out when we move on to other things. So let's get a nose in there. Actually, let me pop open that full-size one just to... Okay, so that was a line. I can also do that, so I think I will a little bit. It's not one I've gone with, but I could probably do. I like having the nose before I place the mouth because, well, fortunately it's what I care about. That's a node, not a nose. Okay. So we're going to need the darker color. It's going to be on one side. But we're also going to be using a little bit of the lighter color to go up as well. Not one I do too often, but I will do it. Okay. Okay. Gotta put all faith in this. Oh boy. Okay. We're good. And just because I like things being symmetrical, I will bump the hue down to 50. I mean, not hue. Saturation down to 50. Now it's basically the same color, but yeah, there's something there. So we have a nose. A more defined nose than I've ever worked with. Now let's go to mouth neutral. So I don't have a sheet of mouths, but I can guess which ones I should probably use from... Whoops. I did close that, right? Okay, good. It's not killing my memory. Oh god, they're all named the same, so I can't find them. So we have a basic neutral mouth. Short. Do I have any other images of him that I can look up? Room. Okay, we have his Twitter profile, which is showing a more standard large mouth. More standard, but that's kind of a chibi thing. Okay. I think I'll go more off this one. A little smaller mouth. As I said, cool sort of character. Not giant mouth. Cleo comes to mind. It's one for that. But, okay. Let me grab. Is there any in Hololive? What's the ID one? Everybody calls her a penguin. She's not a penguin. That's one I could think of, but that's still pretty wide mouth. Anyways. Enough stalling. We got a neutral. Mouth closed neutral. But like right about here. Nope. Right about here. It'll expand more as talking, but this is more for smiles and all that. So, neutral. We'll give you a slight smile. Something like that. Yep. Calm looking type. You know, Hololive. Hololive main site should have everyone. Anya might be a good choice for that. She's at the very least, I know she's calm. Why is it Indonesia? That's all the ones I'm thinking of. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. One that comes to mind, also I think the brown hair might be doing some things for it. And I'm not gonna... Kayla? Maybe? She's very calm as per character, personality, but yeah, let me... Also, the soft color is helping with this one. Do I want to go that big? I don't think so. I know the thing with Kayla was that she refuses to laugh on stream. I think this needs to go down just a little bit, seeing that smile. Now he has flesh fangs. Okay. There we go. I think that works. Duplicate. Frown. Because technically, the top part of teeth is like a third down. Then between your chin and bottom jaw is third down. And then your chin is a third down more. So it's a third, but, you know, anime. Just going to say anime. Okay. So let's get these grouped up. New group. Mouth closed. Okay, and I'm going to duplicate that neutral one. This, I'm going to start on the A's. In fact, I'm going to actually put this in mouth group. I was going to have this all set up beforehand, but no, it wasn't happening. Not after last night's stream. I'm lucky I got this rigged this morning. Actually, speaking of which... Yeah, they do switch. I didn't even finish getting these set up right, because I would have needed another one. So every time I hit B, which is the brush tool, I wanted to have the pencil come out. Every time I hit M, which is the, you know, marquee tool, I wanted the ruler to come out. Now I just have them swapping. Yeah. Anyways. Hair. Mouth neutral. Mouth open mid. Because these ones are, you know... I don't have a mouth open on him. Let's go with a little more desaturated for this. 55. 355 for the color. Drop it down to 55 as well for this. Is that too bright for his palette? Stands out. I think it's too bright. Okay, 35. Don't want him to look sickly. What does he use for these witter? there was a schedule that had a very open mouth. That is more of a dark red. I'm going to copy it. Boom. Okay. I'm going to use this. Any port in a storm. Okay, so that is more orange, or at least more desaturated. So let's go over here. Let's move this to 20 instead of 0. Okay, 15, or move this saturation up to 75. Drop luminosity down to 30. Okay, a little too far. 45. Okay, we're going to hue shift over a bit more. 15. 10. Yeah, okay. Desaturated this down to 60. Lighten it up, actually? Yeah, lighten it up. 55. Nope. 50. Where do you live, actually? Whoop. I was kind of close. 10, 50, 50. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, let's duplicate this. Okay, move this up one. It always looks terrible because, unironically, you don't go like, oh yeah, that's face on like a larger character, but it do be that way. Okay. Put you in a group. Mouth open. And then we're going to do the mid as a happy, which is literally just going to make it bigger. Literally just going to add pixels on both ends. Okay. Now to duplicate this and do the frown version. Which, ironically, I can just, make smaller. Let's just go like that. Duplicate you. Okay. So just drop that. Is there any difference between that and, that just moved up one. Can't have that. Let me do a quick animation test. This can go back and forth, but I just need to see these two go. So, mid frown into the void. Yeah, that isn't passing the sniff test. Okay. Delete tag. Delete you two. I think maybe I could just do that. Yeah, I think that works. I might want to reflect it on the other one. It's going to be slightly different than the O's, which have to have the roundness on them, but I think this will work. Okay, anyways, so that's the full range for the normal mouse. I am doing full phonics on this. Let me bring up my favorite phonics sheet. I'm hooked on phonics. I forget what the rest of that jingle went. Okay, open up. Bless you. No known, you know. Bless you for this sheet. It's an image set of the shapes of it. Wait, where is it? Some characters are also cute without upper teeth. Yes. Agreed. So we're going to be looking for the more reserved type in this, which is kind of this one. I would say more possibly this one for here. This is actually, I think, more flirty in my brain. I don't know why. Anyways. So just gotta know, the ooh is going to be the weird one out of this. Kind of the E2, which is A, but not as much. Or ah, which is going to be our standard mouth form. Anyways. O mid. So, turn you off. Get closed up. We're going to get you there. I'm going to close you down for a second. Get you color. Oh. Oh, it's magic. Now then, how to make this bigger without it going out of control. You can go with a standard like this. Oh. It's a little... I might have to come back and put a little edges on here. Like, slight shift to get the corners to feel rounder. This is very small mouth. Okay, let's put you in a group. Okay. Duplicate you. Yesterday I found out we could do O mid happy. Going as like happy being like more effort put into it. It's therefore bigger. So let's move this out. This is bigger than happy for normal. No, it can't be. That's my only rule on that. Okay. Go on to E's, because E's are fun. Actually, can I do SADs on this? Probably. O mid SAD. All I need to do is basically just like drop this down one. O full. Just drop this down one. I think we can go with that. We'll see how it works in practice, but might not be enough, but I don't think it's a deal breaker. Mouth E. Wait. E mid. Now I put it in mouth E. Oh, right then. So boop. Okay, correct spot. Helps if it's turned on to continuous. And these are easy to modify into full. I think for the happy one, I'll actually expand it out. Like make it 2 rows of teeth. But anyways, back here. It's so silly I could turn this into a frown or not based on just 2 sets of pixels. I mid full happy. So as I said, I'm going to expand this up one. And sad can just be... Technically it should be descending, but anime mouse. Okay. Now on to ones I don't usually do. So out of this, let's go with ooh. I think I said I was going to possibly go with that one. One of these two. Ooh. Mid. Ooh. Group. Okay. Let's grab you. I think I might make the mouths be just a bit bigger on speaking, but we'll see. We'll see how it looks. I can always revisit. Mouths aren't the hardest to retexture. Flesh veins. They're so similar, I think it's just more this one gets spread out. Oh, I can't do that. Ooh, foam. Okay, maybe we get ton in there later, but for right now, just doing this. Ooh, mid. Happy. I think this is going to be a case of just make it bigger. Full. It just looks little. Okay. Sad's going to be weird. I think it's just going to be more of a shrinkage. Duplicate. All right. Popping. As I said, it's mostly just going to be shrinking it down. Alright, I think that's good enough for right now. Maybe I'll revisit it, but we'll see. Unshrimp. Okay. Mouth E. Or no, E. Mid. Now it's mouth E. Okay, turn those off. Minimize that one. Get our starting location. Ease. It's basically normal mouth, but flatter. Can I do normal mouth, but flatter? We'll see. So, let's take the first one. It's mid. So let's literally go with that in normal mouth, but flatter. Okay, duplicate to mid E full. No, not mid full. E. That isn't going to work for what I was doing down there. I think it's just going to look very similar. Let's make it just a bit wider. E. Okay. Now how to add emotion to this. Duplicate. E. Mid. Happy. I mean, you do this, that doesn't make sense. What we need to do is just add a bit of that below. Perfectly normal. Probably looks exactly like what I had done before for the A's, but oh well. And I'm just going to make this smaller. Because that's a cheap way to show less enthusiasm. And that kind of is what I've been going with for this. Anyways. So if we're happy, we can actually throw in a little bit of that. The full frown. I'm calling it frown. I keep putting sad in, but it's frown. And I'm just going to cut that out a little bit. I think that works. Okay. Now then, one second. I have a sheet. Boop, boop, boop. I'm going to say about 50% on that. Nope. Nope. Standard mouth. I'm going to keep these at 90s because I'm a little unsure still. This is like 10%. Oh yeah, I wanted to have a little bit of change on the eyes. Instead of having just one single set, I wanted it to basically triple my workload for making eyes. But eyes aren't the hardest to do. This would be basically on the frown. Okay, anyway, hit the save button. And it's been 2 hours, so I'm going to stand up for a second. Make sure you stand up yourself on shrimp. Extend the legs yourself. Go get some water. It's been 2 hours since the start of this stream, after all. Alrighty then. Back. Just going to add why is that in here? Okay, let me fix that. I group. There we go. Let's actually get some front hair on here. At least get the hair cap. And able to work with. So, first part is going to be this hair. This, I might be, well, not sure if I can make that just pure hair cap or just, I don't care about it. But I should do every piece as its own thing. No, get the palette. Palette can go away now. And that goes down to corner, so between the eyes as well. Look, I don't need that. Yeah, I'll come through later. Part of the process in detailing means I come through and I make this look with more depth with a mid shade in here. But right now it's just hard outlines. But it'd be basically like out here. And have that like that. But yeah, I agree. And also 90% of this is going to be hidden. Right now I need to get the hair in, which lives about mid there. Oh yeah, I should also probably put a little bit of the eyelid brain. Honestly, I think when riggers have the egg mode, it's just a flex at how well they made the head. Because you could just hide everything. You can hide all your sins with the hair. Which is usually what I do. Actually. Looks like eyelashes go through hair. I'll consider it later. But right now, like so. I think I have a new process I'll make up putting the hair in here better. That's about right. It'll never be 100% to it, but you gotta try. Okay. Extend this out a little bit. I think that's proper. $25, $15. Get on here for a second. Up here I don't need to have that, but going up I most definitely do. Would it... Ooh. Jaggy. No, not a jaggy. Actually, is it the eyelashes? Turn you off for a second. Okay. Push you up then. Push you over. Everything's fine. Standard sort of thing with pixel art. You kind of want to avoid like situations where you have something that just draws the eyes straight to. That looks different. Like these two or these two because it's between that. You can do it sometimes if you keep that pattern going, but I still wouldn't say it's something you would really want. I think I could put two more on there. This looks a little too flat, so I mean, it's still flat down there. I can fix that by doing this. It still looks... eh. Okay, let's go back. If we do it like this, does it get better? Put 2 more on that. Is it fine? I think it's fine. Okay. The alternative is, yeah, that's the ticket. Possibly. There we go. I know this goes a little more straight up, but interpretation is what we're getting. Okay. Front hair brown, because we're going to have that yellow, blondish coming in. Side hair left. It's going to come down and it's going to come back up. So it looks like it's going to be under the side locks. So I don't have to worry about that too much, but it goes out to the edge of the eye, at least points to it. So let's bring those back up and say you're going to end up like right about here. And this is about a little further down. I think my head's not that much. Well, I could do it. Right about here. Say that's a good spot for the curve. And then it goes back up afterwards really quickly. So, say that. 1, 2, 3. This should be behind there, which it will be in a minute, but I need to make sure there's enough overlap. Bad things don't happen. Say 4 and just have it go like up here. Yeah. Cut out down here, and this can go straight down because it's going to be underneath something else. Okay, pop this back up. Steal this. Steam Deck, please. There we go. See how this looks. I might have to change the angle a little bit. Oop. Oop. This is a very perfect curve. Or corner. I don't usually do that because it just feels a bit to me. But I don't think I have room to put double that. Okay, now we drag this under. Yeah. I think that's a translation. I could probably drag this one more down. If I could drag this one more down, I could drag it one more down and over. Boop, boop. There we go. Fix up my minor complaint. Go up here. Yeah, also I've gone through a bunch of the mouth forms. Whoops, that's not the right one. I don't know if it's a little too calm, but or too small mouth, but I'm going off of this. I think it'll work out, but we could change it later if not. Either way. Put it at I'm mid-happy right now. Okay. Mouth group. Collapse you, and get back to this. Okay, make another one. Side hair right. So this one is just one that closes off. So I could follow a pretty basic curve. I'm going to make this in red so that I can start the curve off right. And it ends much higher than expected. So somewhere around here. That's where it'll get covered up. About there. That's where it comes down. Is that too steep? Yes, that is too steep. So going to be, it has to pass through right about here. That means it goes up here. So I need to extend this a little bit. Otherwise, I might have stuff not show correctly. 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1. It's going to be covered up by the yellow portion, but just to be sure, I'm going to have it go all the way up like that. And start going down. We're going to at least have a couple with that in there. This might need to be pushed down a bit further. Nope, we're good. Now, after this, we're going up, going up, going up. So if the yellow's coming down here, about the edge of this, that's too flat. Okay, let's move it over. May have to put a hair cap in here. Hair cap is just, I cover everything up so I quit caring about here. Because usually I'd have this just like kind of continue from where this seems to be going. And that's what it kind of wants to be. So this might need to be a bit higher. Never be afraid to change this sort of stuff, because it's better you change it now than when you get to a point where you can't actually change it because you've put too much into it. Gotta move that one single pixel. Makes you feel alive. Okay. I think I pull this, whoops. I pull you down 1 pixel. And I'm going to just say that you join up with the rest of the hair at this point. We'll call it good. Okay. Whoop, that's not the right button. Okay, and then G, not continuous, the red. We got that. I think that works. I think that works. You could say that the edge is right about there. Okay, let's give you a quick outline. Let's then fix the horrible outline by just getting rid of it. So we only need this edge. Okay. You go on top. And then we're going to do the front hair blonde part. Okay. I think it would be best to do it in 2 chunks. I could do it in 1. But allowing this to move a little while this one isn't moving will look nice. Interesting isn't the best word for it, but okay, where do you live on here? So 55, 70, 75. I'm going to put you there for a second. Do we want to make it darker, lighter? Not sure. We'll see. Anyways. Banana. That comes down basically directly between the eyes, so I can use the nose as reference. And right about here. Curves out to a little over past this, so... Oh wow, it's way off. Kind of correct there. It'll cover that bit, so we don't have to worry about it too much. Actually, I think... better if we had that. It's all going to get covered, hopefully. Yeah, it's going to get covered. Let's actually put it here just to make sure. And see if we can't make that work. So long, mostly like threes. 1, 2, 3. I don't think I can quite do that. 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Cancel. And then it has a sharp up of about 2s. When I say 2s, I mean like literally 2s. Nice curve. And this is one. Actually, is that 1s? Nope, that's 2s horizontally. And then it's basically 1s for a bit until comes 2s. I mean, this is being a little short, so I might have to move more stuff up the head. We'll see. Yeah, that needs to be longer. For 1, I'm going to shorten this up. And then I'm going to pick where the crown is. So from here till the middle is about the same distance as this to here. So that's a good bit. So, boop, boop. So right about here. Extending the head a little bit. I mean, it happens. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. And then we got ourselves a corner. Where it's basically 1s until it starts swooping back in. Okay. Still think this is a little too... Okay. About uniform across. Like right here. I might need to, as I said, extend the head up a little bit. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2. 1, 1, 1. 2. 1, 2. Oh, wait. Nope, I'm far off. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 1. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Helps if it isn't continuous. Okay, so head's got to be a little bit bigger. I think we kind of knew that was coming. I'd like to also possibly bring this down a little bit, but I don't think it's going to matter. But yes, a very 7 head. It's more 5 head. Okay. Now let's take this. You had it outlined in a brown. I can understand that to a degree. Can I replicate it without it being too off? Probably not. Move set. Because I generally do my steps very specifically for shading. I mean, it still kind of became brown, so okay. So we have that one. New layer. Front hair blonde smaller. We have this one. It spoons that one and has a little bit on top. It spoons till it starts to turn. So it basically goes in both directions. So we have it here, and we have it here. And I can cheat by just using the same shapes as this is using. Slightly offset. I'll need to pinch a little bit more at the top, I think. No, it just needs to keep... Yeah, kind of. And that can literally be done by like putting a 2 here. Not yet. Now is the time for 2s. Or for 1s. Okay, and... Nope, that's a flat top. Okay. Three, 1, 2, 3. Whoop. 3, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and it stops about the bottom 4th third. So I am nowhere near that yet. Or to turn back in at least. 1, 2. And I think this is a little too thin. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. That should have been a bit longer, so more aggressive going into there? Sure. So being quiet, trying to square this circle. That looks a little clunky. Oh, let's add another point there. Cool. The bananas are in season. This little sucker ends basically right in the middle here. 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, and then it breaks into here. And the top part extends. Okay. This becomes 3. This becomes 4. 2, 4. No, I guess that would still be 2. And then we're 2. And then we're 1. 1. 2. No, you fade real quick. Okay. 1, 2, 2, 3. Okay, let's soften this up a little bit. Outline me, Captain. Got a little messy down there. Think I can do that, though. Oh, I think it's time for the hair cap. Okay. Boom. Mirror you. Okay, how far? Just a bit more, so this would be the point. It's a little more to the right, but I can fix that either by moving it more to the right or redoing it. Anyways. All glory to the hair cap. Probably cut it out about here. Let that take over and the side locks do it, but otherwise... I think we're good. Just want to round it out more. Okay. And then we inline it. Okay. Now onto side locks. They're always very useful. And they're on top of everything, but they're under the blondes. I mean, like, I still need to tweak that a little bit, but let's just get the basics in today. I got about halfway done. I might make it till 6, but I do need to make today quick, and I will work on this throughout the week, but I wanted to at least start the process and show me going through it. Okay, side lock. We have no hair vents going on, so we're free to go. Let's start in red so that I can actually tell what I'm doing. And we have a little bit of the ray going on, where it just kind of goes in about the cheek. I need to fix the face later for all that. Might even toggle it. I'll think on that. Okay, so this has to come down here. So that's just how it is. And then about on the cheek comes in. And then we have a second segment coming out here. I'll have to define it a bit more. Do I want to include these? No. I want to have a bit of separation between them. I'll make it worthwhile. Okay. Do we have it doing anything up here? Just have it doing a line and then stopping. Okay. Give it a little more here. So I did get it to just touch the side of the eye. Not what you want to really have happen, but art, it works. Man, imagine having just a strand of hair poking your eye all day. 2 back. Okay. Oh, that's a lot more thin. Okay, so... Three. It feels like 3. Yeah, that's 3. And this part goes down to about the mouth. I might have to pull this up. Yeah, I have to pull this up. Okay, first turn off this because it's going to ruin everything. So, boop. Grab this. Okay, that's more in line. About here. Okay, have that go back like 2, 2, 1, 1, and then up into there. Maybe not the most exact to the sheet, but I think it'll play better. Actually, maybe more exact than I think. Okay, anyway, Control Alt, copy, paste, flip. Okay, and just going to cut this down a bit. Do I? Well, we'll see. Outline me, Captain. Oh. Okay, now we have this on. So is that on top? Looks slightly to be. I'm going to treat it on top. So this needs to be fixed. This doesn't look right at all. 2, 2. Yeah, this needs a little more tender loving care. That's fine, that's fine. Okay, let me grab Control Shift Inverse. And I think the second hair lock is going to come off of this. It's going to increase the size of the head a little bit. Or at least obscurify that some things be a bit wonky. And that's where we'll get this flap, but I won't do that just yet. Want to get the side locks made. And I haven't quite decided if these are part of that or if I want them to be their own thing for hair physics reasons. Why? Because I think it'd be funny. Okay, so they kind of just merge in down here. Whoa. Do I want them to be separate? Pros for them being separate. I can have them be on their own layer, therefore their own physics. They could still go off of side lock physics for how they move, but they'll be able to move in directions without interfering with the rest. Cons. 10, 15 minutes more work. I'm being paid. Okay. Glad to talk you out of that. Glad myself. Okay. Side lock behind. And look, it goes behind the side lock. Oh, this needs to go more down. That definitely needs to go more down. I was deluding myself thinking that didn't. Okay, can have it curve up a little bit more. Otherwise, grab you. Extendo. And this needs to be shown like that. No, it does just curve in. So let's just curve it in. Simple. Effective. Okay, what do we want to call these suckers then? I propose top side wing, or hair wing. They aren't quite full hair wings, they're more like hair winglets. Don't really need to do it for this part, but just in case. Okay. Also push this out and have it come back in just so we can have a little bit nicer joining with the hair cap. Because it's looking a little like too lined up. When things look too lined up, they kind of look bad. Okay, first off, match you with this. Do that. That looks a bit off. Let's clean that up. By doing so, I mean chop this down to a 2. Go up. Chop you down to a 2. Go up. There, much better. In fact, we can probably make you a 3. Imagine. Okay. Blindingly white. Okay. I'm saying okay a lot. Stop saying okay a lot. Okay, top top hair wing. Make it red so that I could tell. And this one is starting about between where I could go off this side then. That one swings out about that. I am truly just filling air. Okay. That's working. That's working. 2, 3, 2, 2, 2. Can make it go out a bit more like this. The most iron of wills. Give me that +4 willpower save. Truly, I have it. This close to giving him puppy ears. They're practically there. Okay. Mid-hair wing. So this is starting where this is coming down. It's a lot thinner. I might need to thin this out a little bit. In fact, I will. Okay. Good. I need more filler words in my vocabulary. Look good. Type of top of eyelash. I don't have an eyelash on him yet. So this ends actually about where this ends. So I can use that as a reference. One thing in art, like they hammer in proportions for you. But the problem is proportions are worthless without visual landmarks to go with. And like that's the other part that isn't taught too much. It's like it's hammer, get that anatomy in, get all this in, but how do you link it to what you're seeing? And that is done via landmarks and being able to tell where... Ooh. Landmarks of the model or reference you're looking at. And... well, just using them to say like, oh, this is this far away from this other part. How far more do you go? You go slightly more and you dip a bit more. So let's start doing that. Clean this up. take off that side lock for a second. How bad does it look, Doc? Give it to me straight. Oh, not too bad. You need more work, though. Oh, no. Okay. You're on the wrong layer. My guy, my dude. There. No. There. Everything's fixed. Except what's not fixed. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. Yeah, I need to have it go out like that. Too far, too thick to be a hair flap. Yeah, it needs a bit more downward. So some of these are going to turn into 2s. Downward 2s. Like you. And you. And you. Turn off that side lock again. Once I get rolling, I can actually start doing stuff. Takes a minute, especially when I'm tripping over myself to be accurate. Okay, is that too far down now? Is this practically... Well, this does, in fact, go over the top one. Okay. How much further out? Not really that much. Though I think you're a little chubby. So let's thin you out a bit. Okay? Okay. Good, we're on the same page. I think that's the best I'm going to get it without doing some more drastic measures. However, I want to put you on top of this one, so... we're going to do this. Is it a little messy? Yes. So let's change up the side lock a bit. Drop this down a little bit. And clean up the inside, like so. I think that's about doing it. Okay, cool. Cool. Now we got the one lower one, just coming basically right out of the bottom of this one, so it can actually be below it. And ends a little past the bottom of his eyes. Get me my red. Put it on top of the side lock so that I can do it properly. Bottom hair wing. Also, you can tell I'm taking a lot of time on this, because normally in a speed run I'd be done with the head by now, unless it has absurd hair like Skylar, which was, yeah, that was some hair, but that was mostly all the back hair and trying to figure out how to do it right. Also, seems that they have finally dropped their date of when they are... Well, I'm not being paid by the hour. This is commission pay. I get paid the same if I take 3 days or 3 minutes. Which reminds me, I've touched it once, but there is actually an old Super Nintendo Shadowrun game. And one of the best ways to make money in it was to, well, do missions of getting payload data. And the way it was like described of how it works is that you talk to the guy next to the phone that you're going to jack in on. Was it? There is a Mega Drive 1 and a Super Nintendo 1. I think they are vastly different. But you basically talk to the guy, you walk over to the phone, you do the mission, you hand him the pay data. Like, you walk 5 feet and do 5 minutes of work and get paid, like, absurd amount of money. It's real funny. Like, I played that game once a long time ago. I think the Mega Drive one leans heavier into, like, how it presents, like, the cyber world. Or, like, the Gibsons and all that. I forget what the proper nomenclature is at the moment. All I remember from the Super Nintendo one is you start up dead, basically dead in the morgue. Like, oh crap, you're not dead. And then I remember, like, getting the scalpel, going out, and ending up in the graveyard and getting killed by ghouls. And I was very confused when I was being killed by ghouls. I think I played it because it had a really cool logo. Okay, let's take a look at this. Let's turn off the grid. Let's turn off this. Okay, put it like that. I think this is a mostly faithful translation. I need to work on the rest of this, but that's going to be a detailing stage. Let's just... Possibly, but you know, in ye olden days, like I hardened up the chin a little bit. I might undo that. We'll see. In ye olden days, they didn't actually put all the text in the game. They did some library compression. Like, it's very much a compression scheme where you take common words. Okay, the back of the head stuff I need to get at, but I think we got a success here. Maybe sharpen up some of the features, and I need to do the cockroach, but yeah, maybe put a little bit of secondary shading to soften this up on the top, because it's looking a little hard right now. But anyways, are you on back of head? You are... Let's open it up and see if you're on back of head. Oh wait, this is mine. Huge file. You could be either way. I think, I might play with, ordering so that when you look back, it disappears behind back of head. So I'm going to keep it on just the top of the front. We'll see how that works and how much I regret it. Probably very quickly regret it, but hey, I'm getting paid. Do I want to do a left and right on this? It's going to be so small that I don't know if I'll get much out of it, but Also, I don't remember if the Master System had more memory than a Super Nintendo cart. But it is possible that it had a lot more. Because I know there were a lot of big RPGs on the Mega Drive. The, you know, the Fantasy Stars. And I think they were quite text heavy. They had more effects in some ways, but less effects in others. Mode 9 really let them cheat. Okay, I made it much bigger than it is. Oh, let me zoom out. I might need to change this a little bit. I know I introduced this, but... Okay. Okay, let's move this down. Yeah, that's the ticket. Does it point? It points sideways. Okay. So I grab this, go up, and then go up. Is I think in the Sega Genesis one or the Sega one, you actually did like actiony stuff during it. I don't know if the SNES one has the action stuff. I think it was kind of like Harrier, but I might be wrong. Okay. Has it been 3 hours? It's almost at 3 hours. I am going to stand up and stretch. About 2 hours more. Let me think what I'm going to expect to be able to do. Well, I'm going to try to get the basics of the body in because I really need to get it figured out how wide these shoulders are. So going to do that. Try to figure out how to make it more like this duster to kind of avoid it having that the whole emphasize the hips such. But I think it's not a duster. The detective sort of jacket. It's very much in line what is shown here. It's missing the second row, but it effectively is the same setup. Then we have the stitch down here, and then we have this be the inner jacket. And if I show a seam in there, it's going to look just great. And other things I need to think on here. might get a little bit of ideas from this arm. I'm thinking this is just simple cell shading, but maybe I can incorporate a little bit of that into back here, because I do need to have a bit of ruffles in this. So this key image might be useful for that. Maybe, maybe not. Don't think I can use the eyes because we have a very different set of eyes. And the shading for the hair was a very simple sort of halo, which, as I said before, I think I might be able to do something with this by using masking. Effectively, I'll keep this whole thing as a mask that goes around here, and then I'll just have a duplicate of the hair, but of a lighter color, except for like the outline, and have it perfectly masked to this so that like the head tilts, this stays the same, but the pixelated halo of light goes across it. I think it'll look real nice. I just have to double up on everything and then do a palette swap, which isn't the worst. And I think it'll be useful for it'll be good for the time taken on it. Anyways, face is mostly, let's get the eyebrows in. Whoop. Nope, you do not go in hair. You go all the way up here. Eyebrow. But are they fuzzy eyebrows? Okay, they're very thin black ones. I'll go with that. By that, I mean I use my off black. And they go about here to a little before the inside. So, like right here. Do they go up? Very slightly. So I can go out here, and then I have these ones finish it off. What I call it, left eyebrow. There we go. Know what? While I'm here. I think this standard orange should work. Let me just put it into proper parameters. I try to quantize it so that it fits. I can't do proper SNES palette. It just won't work. Like, SNES palette is also big. So what I try to do is keep it within intervals of each other. So you get that kind of crunchiness at the edges of, like, colors being the same. Though it isn't quite as extreme as I would like it to be. Okay, so these are 3 times the size, the height of his eyes. And they are about right here. 28. So I could drop this by 2 pixels, make a 26 eraser. Has to be round. Does that work, or do I... Ooh, I need to clean up some of this. But, Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Okay. And then bridge across. Yeah, that'll bridge it. Okay, and we didn't have anything going back because I think that'd be a little hard anyways. I may want to double these up, and I may want to have up rim shading, literally rim shading on the top, and then have it be a little darker down here. Mayhaps, yeah, let's try and do proper pixel stuff here. Because this feels wrong because it goes in and then it goes out and then it goes back in. That's not a circle. This is a circle. But I can't fault it. I mean, like, it's... But, okay. Kikeko Dori. Okay, I need to extend the legs. Be right back. I am muted. Okay, anyways. 0535. Keeping this a little lighter than what they had before, but maybe might change it. So I'm getting the undershirt on. It's only showing up at this top part, so I'm probably going to have it go chest level. Still going to use it to try and figure out what's going on. Also, I might want to fade that back a little bit. Cool. I'm going to also make a duplicate of the chin. Once I get this all made, possibly back of head if I'm using that as part of the chin, so that I can throw a shadow down. So later I will have multiple of the neck shades. Okay, so let's say right about here. Comes up, goes over. I don't even need to outline this. Have this go across. Oh no, oh no. I didn't select it. Okay, go back here. I want to have a bit of neck on this one. Okay. Drop this down to 25. Can't do anything more about the saturation because it's basically not there. And that will be the base for the rest of this outfit, which I'm going to start on right now. So 20, 10, 40. 20, 10, 40. I think I want to make this a bit brighter. 50. It'll contrast more with this. It'll contrast more with this. No matter what I'm going to do, it's going to get us sucked down a little bit by this. Opposed to this shirt, though, which is only going to be a little bit, it makes it stand out more. I'm going to go with it until I feel it's not right. I know it's not exactly on. It's not even quantized based on what they have, but let's see. What does the bullseye say? The bullseye is the idea that, like, first, one second. Upper torso jacket. Let me just slap that down right now. The bullseye in composition terms is that your eye will be drawn to whatever gradient and switching of colors you have. So you start here and you get your attention pulled here. It is also true in the inverse, because eye does not care. Eye sees gradient, go to gradient source or where it's coming from. And that is the bullseye. The bullseye also works if you cover up half of it. So you still go in like this. Also a quarter of it. Oh, I guess it would be this way. Because you see, like, oh, it's going larger to smaller. Because brain B do small thing. See small thing, see big thing. See differences, follow gradient. What this has to do with this is that, do I want to call out this? Do I want to call out this? Do I want this to be the focus of it by going dark light or light dark, even though this is a light color? Because of the cloak around it. The design says this, but what do I want to improve into my interpretation of it based on all this? Anyways. So this is like from temple down. So right here. So flip it around. Oh, I need to have more room. Okay. That. This is like on the ones. That scarf does a lot. Okay. And just going to follow this down here. Seeing it like this. Okay, let's get the scarf or collar on there. I'll just call it the collar. Which is... it's going to be like 10,595. Yeah, that's about right. It's basically this color, except instead of being blue, it's red. Push that a little more in the yellow direction. Let's make that like 20. I think that's the ticket. Okay. There's going to be some directional light on this, which I don't usually do. It's like you see this right here. So I might want to break it into two parts so that this could shift up a little bit and extend or contract that. And this could just be a hard edge. Also, I have unmuted, right? Yeah, I have unmuted. Okay. But for now, let's just block this in. Collar front. It's fine. I just didn't know if I've been talking to the void. I mean, like, I have no problem talking into the void. I think even me recognizing how I stream, I just talk into the void of what I'm currently doing for multiple hours at a time. I don't think it's probably the most entertaining thing. I am good third monitor content. Okay, and then we have collar back, which I'm going to drop this by 10. Hope it doesn't turn too pink. And have this just go basically off here. Want to make sure we get a large swatch of this. Cool, cool. Okay, what we need to do on the front one is go this way. Perfect. Now then. Gotta make it a little more blocky. That's what my gut is telling me. So something more like that. Is it too big, too small? I think it's a little on the large side. So might need to raise up the V line, the neckline. Oh no, this actually plunges down decently. Okay. Multiple layers of this going around. So it's kind of like handkerchief wrapped around, where it cinches up around the neck, but it still comes out like the whole tail. Okay, so like so. Still may want to just go. So give myself a little more room. Now, does this want to be... Sorry, I'm thinking. Okay, so this is the basic look of it. I might come back later, because this does not feel right, but I don't feel like it should be showing too much of the undershirt, even though it kind of feels like it should be like... Okay, let's go see how it looks. So, let's cut all this off. So this comes out of here, like the corner of a... What do I want to say? Of a handkerchief. Okay, this might be twos. It feels like ones, but it might be twos. So I'm going to change it to twos. I'm going to go down a little... Oops. Go down a little deeper. And I'm going to change this to twos. Okay. We'll fix later. This is going to require a lot more work because it's very... So, like I said, the arm is a drawing point of it. Won't be on the screen as much as, like, bust up. So, on there, head is top priority. After that, things get lesser priority, but everything adjacent to head needs to look right. Also, I said I was going to move this jaw a little bit down. Maybe too much. Okay. I think that's about right. Okay, so have that. Now here comes the part I was talking about before. This design is going to give me a little bit of trouble. As I said before, I want to have this rotate. And I can like deform the heck out of this, but I want to probably have a joint right here. Like it's even pinching there to show me. So I think if I slice this across this way, and basically keep this anchored and like these two parts kind of meshing, I can move this up and down. Jointed and like possibly jointed a little more up here. But first I need to get the original part out. So, oops, close the head group. The head group is huge. Have this be called the body group. Okay, no sneeze. I'm fine. Okay. So this looks to be the same color. Yep, it's the same color. This is below this. and above everything else. Left arm, I know it is the right arm, but mirroring. Left arm cape. I guess first I should actually etch this. Let's do that real quick. 38, 80. Boop, boop. Actually, I suppose I should do the arm just normally first. Yeah, okay. So do I want to put it over or under that? Well, I won't need to worry about it for the right arm, because that's going to be all covered by this. We still have this. The left arm's always going to be covered by this, so behind everything seems the proper call. I'm going to mirror it until I cut it off and replace it with something nicer. Okay. So I guess I could really just go and make the arm group again, though I might be moving it forward later. Left arm. Whoops, that was in layer. Arm group. Same color as this. Start like right about here. Now then. Want the hands to end up right about here. So that is one, how many pixels over from the inside of that? That's 6. Oh, turn on my grid. So if this was at the top, it'd be 32 or 64, 128. 128 plus 64, 168. Or 164. Don't do math live on stream. 64 times 3. 192. Is it 3? Yeah, it's 3. And we want it to be how many over? So this is 16? Yeah, it's like 16. So it needs to be 16 over and move down 192. Okay, 192 divided by 16 is 12s. Okay, buddy, your time to shine. This is the main reason this exists for, is these stupidly long little journeys. Come, my template. Yep, look at that. Almost right on the money. Okay, let's line... Oh, I put that there earlier. Line up right there. Come, my favorite Ace Sprite tool. We will do wondrous things together. I mean, I could just reuse the guide, but I'm already here. One thing I don't want to use the guide for... The guide is basically there for me to measure things. But I don't want to like copy and paste it a million times. And then like try to do color swaps and all that. It seems like a painful thing to do. Okay, now the question is, how thick is the arm? Over here, the arm is, compared to eye, 1 1/4? One and a quarter, maybe? Let me actually select that top. So you're like 22 or 24, I think. So a quarter of that is like 5 plus the change. Let's say 28. Keep it on evens. Did I actually put that in there right? This is a little hard to see on this background. 1 second. Preferences. Come forward. Annoying teal. Kind of a pink. There we go. Okay, got enough scaffolding up there. This is still hard. Okay, why did I do that? So that I can grab this point right here. Bring it all the way up to here. Whoops. Weird. Okay. Oh, it's on the glasses layer. Okay. I was being very confused. Okay. Oh, that's why. Cut. Basta. Really? Basta. I think this is too thick, but it'll give you something to work off of. I say cut 4 pixels off just by looking at it. I mean, the jacket can be thick. Like, the sleeves can be, but they can't be, like, too much thicker than the arm. Yeah, I say 4. It feels like 4. Room. Let's bring it up. So we're going to grab it at this one. This should be perfectly... like that. Do a little Little shaving off. Still feels... I'll see how it feels in a minute. I'll get the rest of the jacket on there. See if it feels too big. I say. Okay. Let's put an outline on this so that I can actually see it. We'll get back here. I think I just need more context in the middle of this, or else I'm just doing it in isolation. Bop. Okay, let's get back onto this. So I'm going to go down here, then we're going to cut. So waist is roughly between here and here, so somewhere around this area. Oh, that's why. No, it's... weird. Okay, that's very weird. So we go down to there. I think I said I wanted the flap to be a little off, possibly have that be a zone layer. But for right now, we're moving on to belt. Which is brown. Is it the same brown as his hair? Little darker, so I can just cheat and use this brown. Keep the palette simple when possible. Size of that. A little wider than the height of his eyes. $16 sounds good. Doesn't have to be correct, just has to be good. Okay. Have this go across here. And then we will have lower jacket, lower torso jacket. Okay. Now then. Said this goes straight down. I would have rather had it not have hands in pockets, but hey. This starts right here. And flares out a little bit. So let's turn this sideways. And give it 32s. I think that's a bit much. 24s. And towards the bottom, we'll have it flare out a bit. This color does not want to play well. Turn off rough for a minute. Okay. Like right about here. What's your height? 14. Let's add 2 more and make you 16. Just to keep it power 2s. Nope, needs to be a bit earlier. Oh wait, that's 13. No, mistakes were made. Eight. This probably looks utterly, you can't see anything because it's all the same base value going down. The pink with any shading on it just consumes it, but I can just barely see a difference. Okay. Two. 4. 8, 8. 16. Okay, now we get up here. As per usual, we must overlap at least a few pixels. Push it over. There's a gap in here somewhere. There it is. Okay, that arm no longer looks like it. It could be a bit thinner. But given how, like, as I said, I kind of think of it as one detective jacket. A little bulky. A little less wrinkles, but yes. Okay. Do we have any designs on here I need to put on right now? Well, we have this line that goes down it. I'm just going to use the standard outline color for that. I think that goes a little too thin. Yeah. A little more out. I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to break you in half. Is there 24, right? Yep. 12. Then going to break you in half. Just a little bit. And then break you in half. And I can see if I need to subdivide anything else. Okay, and then cut this down the middle. I might regret this in a second, but... turn this off. I think it looks fine, and I think the pelts in it at the bottom will help give it some depth, because it kind of looks... There's not a lot going on. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's 13:02. Also a little past noon. Should figure out something to eat shortly. But after this. Probably ramen. Haven't had good ramen in a while. Might puff it out. We'll keep it as is. Maybe just take off 2 more pixels on this. It's more like 3, but I'll live. The horror. The horror. In clay. Yep, okay. So, how do I put a cuff on this? Because that's going to be very important. So that's 3, 4, 3, 4, 3. I'm going to say it's mostly 3s. Set that to 0. Okay. This is about as... If I cut that in half, it's still a rectangle. It's a little more. I don't think there'd be much discrepancy if I didn't have it be exactly the same size. 21? Let's make it 20. So rotate that to 90. And a single line should be able to work for this because proportions. Okay. Cut you out. Get rid of you. Thank you for your service. Okay. I'll need to make it rounder at a later point, but right now, get this sucker in. Basically, I'll be like pulling down the edges a little bit, bringing it in, but that could be later. Or it could be now, because I'm getting a little annoyed with it. Okay, now 2. Another 2 on this end. Might just have to get rid of the edge of this. Maybe even pull this in a little bit. 1, 2, 1, 2. What'd I grab? There we go. You gotta make sure it also splits right, so 12. 12. That is 4 above. So 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Doesn't have to be exactly correct, it just has to look it. Always the thing I need to remember on these. And I think that looks correct as a cuff. I need to add a little bit of that part, which I can say is possibly this color. Okay, so that's puffing out the edges. So it would be wider. Two, 1, 2. Something of that nature. Let's fix our problems. Okay, I think we got that. Ugh. Okay. I'm going to stand up for a second. Be right back. All right then. Boop, boop. So, well, we could probably get the legs in. Or I should say the boots. You know, this might be a little long. Let me just suss this out. Yeah, this might be I might have mine a little longer than it should be. This would come down about here. This comes down to right about here. Say right here. And drag this up. Boop. Not all. That would be disastrous. Need to flip it. Oops. Oh, okay. Okay, leg group. This seems to be the same color. No, it does not seem to be the same color as this. It seems to be slightly lighter. Let's go off of it, though. Boost you up to 45? 15? No, 10? We have a lot of tans. Just put that there for a second. Fill that hole. Oh, that's why. Okay. Sorry, I am braining a little bit. Roughly be about arm width at this point. I think this is like 20 something. So let's turn this off. Give myself a little bit to work with. Turn this back on. Oh, that's all the way up there. Okay. Okay. Knees were about in the middle of it. Yeah, it might need to be that long. So, turning grid on, middle of body's like right about here. Trying to estimate at the moment. Middle of body is right here. Like right about here is these. I guess this is correct. It's a little shorter on that, but okay. Let's just go with it for a minute. Thank you. I've been fussing over arm length in this. I made this flare out a little less. I might need to tweak it some more. We got the bases of there done, but yeah, I'm making a few compromises that I assume I'm going to be changing later. 35. Now let's do this. I won't need to do too much with the legs. Usually I need to put like hips and all that in there. Or like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, still 7 heads tall. Like usually I need to put a little bit of hips and thighs in here, which takes a lot of time to sculpt in. And I'm kind of in stick mode because I don't need to do that with this. But I did trim them down. I don't know how much the rough is helping with it. That's where this... Ooh, what are you? Okay, go away. So I might need to flare this out a little bit more, which I was trying not to do. But it's coming along a little boring. The pelts might help, but we'll see. Anyways, I want to get the boots started at the very least. Yeah, I always could. But I like a little bit of interplay. I'll figure something out. I'm sure I can do it. And also, this is very much like lacking everything. This cape will give it a lot of motion. This arm is going to give it a lot of interest. Even this a little bit. But I'll figure something out. I'm just going like, should I try a little more on this? Or wait till later? But anyways, let's get to the boots. So the boots are very dark, which should be matching that color. So we can steal that color from the belt. As I said, I was going to have these be like this so that on like moving a little bit, they can shift out and shift the entire character over. Let me look at these. Got a little bit of heel. Standard military. Got a puff at the ankles, which, thanks. You won't know how bad it can get trying to get those in. Though the puff's only going to really come out over here. So let's move this into this mode. Are we going to go straight in like this? Let me just think for a second. Yeah, I'm probably going to stop because, as I said, 11 hours yesterday. I need to get work done. Like, chores done and eat. Yeah, I'm not finishing it all today. I am not... You wouldn't get good quality out of that. So, I will probably at least get most of the base done. Not in the stream, but by the end of tonight, because I'll just pick at it as I go about my day. Oops, sorry. A thumbs down? I did that the other day, where it's like, okay, I gotta give a thumbs up, and it came up with something else. I'm like, what the heck is that? It was like the pasta. It was like the thumb there and the rest of this, and I'm like, why is that a thing? And why did that come up with thumb up? But anyways, the plan is solid. Oh, there's Teams. Yeah, it's Teams. Teams has this thing where, like, you try and quote something or do anything to, like, select the emotes or whatever. And in the right situations, like during meetings, it will, like, put 7 other things in there and move it around. So you click on this random other app that you had no intention of clicking on. Okay, so, and wait, is this on... What are you on? You're on left arm. It's all on left arm. Okay. Well then, I have to fix some things. Shoe bottom, normal. I'll call it that. And then I will move this off the arm layer. Nah, have a good time. I will... Oh yeah, that's on the right one. I expect people to leave my stream rather quickly. Like, by quickly I mean they find something else after possibly like a half hour or an hour. And even if they come back an hour later, I'll still be here. Not today, though. And thank you very much. It's appreciated you take a look at it. I am a person that likes to go back and forth on things. Well, let's move this out. Boop, boop. I want to move it up. I just want to move it out. And then extend that. Fair enough. I don't know if I'll stream more of this again, but I wanted to at least get the start of it on there. We'll see. It helps to have in my quiver of things to possibly do. Though if I do have work or commissions, I probably will stream them till the end. We'll see how it goes, though. Pixel perfection is on. Why is that being a bit weird? Okay, anyways. So we're looking at it from this way. Let's just chop off the top quickly. So, this shoe comes down from the heel. Should be right about here. Comes down. Actually goes down. So I kind of did what is down there. It comes down again. And these might be the way I have them out, but we'll see. And then it eases to the toe of it. I'm going to really have to study shoes at some point, because it comes up far too often. Okay, let's expand these out, because it definitely needs it. 4. Come out, my favorite tool. You will do nicely. 4, I said, not 5. Oop. Oop. Okay. Something's slightly off, and I don't know what. I must have not shifted something correctly. Yeah, everything's just lined up. Okay, anyways. So, even darker than that. So, at least 15 down, so it's differentiable from the shade layer I'm going to put on there. It's going to be darker than it. So, let's get out the chunk of the toe. Boop. And then follow that. Nope, not that button. And then the heel comes down. So this can merge up into here. I think I might need to shift this out a little bit, or shift this down. It might be too far up, but we'll see how it looks. Uh, 2 pixels. So if this went off like this, it'd be like right here. Good, 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 good. And then we get the outline for this. Drop this down to 15. This down to 10. Do the good old outline, and then all around where I have another color. Boom. Get rid of that later. Need to make that more flat. I'll get back to it. How would I best do this? So this is straight up. This is straight up as well. Not straight across. We'll have this come up. Like so. I think that does it. Might be a little squished. Yeah, let's move this in. Turn off this. Send this to the Shadow Realm. Thank you for your service. Yeah, I'm going to have to watch some how to draw shoes content. It's coming up too much now. Now, I don't really want to, but I don't think I have a choice soon. Okay, let's make this 3. 1, 2, 3. Too late, father or mother. I've seen everything. Not too bad. Okay. Now, after that, we have the ankle. Shoe. Ankle. We had that come out a little bit, have this. And then we start going into the lacing, which goes up straight up the calf snugly. Let's start in red. I don't get to have the ankle on the inside as much, which is a shame because it should be there. I'll be able to give the illusion that it is by just, like, you know, putting a few pixels, but come out like this, then go back in. Okay, so we have this come out as 2s. Yes, let's go with 2s. Go up a little bit, and then have it retreat back in. Then we can go up. This side, have it go out that. And then retreat back in. Boop. Better like this. Probably come down a little bit more. Does that look too weird? Not if I do that to it, possibly. No. We'll see how it goes. Kind of works, kind of doesn't in my brain. Oh, extend arms a little bit. Crack those shoulders. Do a bit of dislocation. Okay. Front shoe. And what I mean by that is that we're doing this section, the one that's closer. Make this a line. And just basically, calves would be like right about here. Like so. Let's pull this down a little bit. Front shoe side, I guess. Front shoe outer side. Terrible name, but I have to make do. Okay. This side should be further out. Erase. This side should be cinching in a lot more. Okay. Now then, we have 5, count them, 5 brass rings. Grab this. Put it about 50. Nope, 45 of hue. Crank that saturation up. 95 will work. And 80. Nope, 70. 70 is nice. Front shoe side. What are these called? The anklets are the mysterious parts at the end, and their purpose is sinister. But what is this? Lace holes. Okay. Now these are the only ones that would be basically on with us. The other ones are going to be tilted a little bit. So we're going to go up. Nope, it's right at the bottom. Okay, and then we are going to here. Does it go all the way to the top? Yes, it does. I think we're going to need to put a little bit of more into the middle here. Click that, and have it go down. There we go. Okay. Now back to this. Nice odd ones. So since we're only putting 5, about guess the middle. Guess the middle again. Then guess the middle again. Now for the far outer side. They're going to be the same size, but we're going to cut off a pixel. And I'm offsetting them slightly just so it'll be interesting to have them go to loop to each other. Okay, it's looking quite nice. Now, what are you? Go away. You have a... Yes, you do. You have a mate over there. Oh, sorry, my brain's falling bad. 11 hours took it out of me yesterday. I need to recoup some of that. I need to do laundry. Badly. Yeah, these will need to get fixed, though. They're pretty much in line. Oh, wait. I need to put a little bit of... Good thing I looked. Let's get to just slight amount of shading here. While I'm here, much nicer. Okay. So, these just go straight to each other. There's nothing fancy about them. And I get like 3 pixels to work with, or 2 if I want to be a little stingy on that. But let's not go into full detail right now. We still need to do the most terrible thing, which is flip everything. I'm surprised I don't need a back of these shoes, but they aren't exactly like, how to put it? They aren't large enough to, like, they have the tops of them go out. I might have it in there. Whoops, nope, mistakes. Terrible mistakes were made. Not bad. You know what? I am going to at least... This is the right one, right? Yep, okay. Give it a bit of kick right now. Then I could figure out the laces later. Might need to fix some of it, but I think it's good enough. I mean, for the pixel size I have, I think it works well. Somebody who will do a lot more, not gradient. I guess it kind of is gradient. Yeah, more pixel gradient would probably do a lot better on this. That's not something I do. I kind of just... I stick to like I'm making nest sprites. I have a palette. The palette is painful. I wish I could have just like have a translation say like this point is this point. Now just mirror this without actually reflecting. Offset it. Offset this by this much. Okay. There's nothing fancy on the top. These are... I suppose I could do similar where I have the back like come up a little bit and you can see the rim of it. Let's do that. Drag this down like that. Drag this down like that. Okay, and behind here we have leg back, or shoe back. Okay, I'm going to take this, I'm going to drop it by 5. So 20 luminosity, 10 saturation. The hue can remain the same. And I just do that. Not a lot to say. I don't have as much resolution as the other image does. But it's there. Okay, let's outline this too. Okay, does it mess up anything? Nope, that's exactly what I want. Okay, down here. Who are you? You're part of that. Okay. Now, one thing I could also have on here. This is mid-tone. And have it be the mid-tone for the inside of this. Because you get to see more of it. All the way up here. Okay. Got a decent amount accomplished, but I've been fretting over a few things. I made sure to get very precisely how the hair is going to look. Might need to change a bit of that. You know, while we're here, let's just finish up the head today. And get the hair in the back, which doesn't go into the which goes over the collar, so I can just put it in behind the head. New layer. Back hair. So we're going to take this. We're going to drop it by 15 luminosity and only 5 saturation. So now we have this color. It's darker, but it isn't like too dark. That's what I want to avoid, because if it's the same shade as everything else, it gets a little weird. So right off here we have these little puffs. And then we have those puffs. So I'm going to call this top, back here, top puff. And this comes out right here. And I am taking a liking to just carving like this. I'll have to make like, you know, back hair that just covers all this, because I'm going to have gaps between the side locks in here. Okay, have this go out like this far. Oops. Actually, the neck needs to be in front of this. There you go. Okay, and get this a little darker. 10. 10. Something, something, 10. I don't know the rest of that song. It just has a lot of 10s in it. Simplifying a bit because I'm not getting all this little detail in here. Okay, new layer. Back hair lower puff. Go and do it in red. Something like this. So I'm not getting all the detail in there, which is going to bug me, but I have to do what I have to do. Boop. I want to do something a little bit fun on here. And bring the edges up a color. They are getting a bit of highlight. Maybe, maybe not. Let's just drop this by 5s. See how it comes out. So 30, 20. And then drop this by 10, 20. Again, change this over to non-contiguous. Grab you. I think that looks better. Okay. Now, I do need hair behind here. So, head. New layer. Hair back fill. Not to be confused with what I've called back hair before. This back hair is for, how to put it? Back hair is basically when there's tilts, it's able to use that. In addition, and this is just fill. This is just to make sure that it's hair all the way through and not like you see through the side lock because you turn too much. Okay. These are thick shoes. Yeah, let's thicken them up a little bit more. I made them quite thin. They're going to be thin on the inside because I don't have the room for it, but let's turn off the laces for a second. The outer ones. Grab this. Come back, old friend. Then I will say, right about here, we switch to 2s. So we got to cinch in at some point. Okay. Grab you again. Outline you. That's a little iffy. Cool. Now we have this going on. Go over here. Bring this down. Bring this down, and I think I'll keep it like that because lack of pixels. If I separate the legs a little bit, might be able to work with it more, but honestly unsure. There we go. Thicker now. What time is it? It's almost 2 o'clock. I'm running out a little bit of things like I can hop on. Well, maybe I can fix up the belt a bit more. Because I said I still need to do some things today. Might need to thin the belt a little bit. Five. We're in the black. And belt buckle. Okay, so this is an orange. Coppery orange. Don't think I have anything on that. Except maybe you. Okay, let's see how this goes. Make you 90 degrees. Okay, you're crossing over the middle, so about here. Actually. Yep, you're too high. Squish you. Whoops, no. Belt, not belt buckle. And we don't get to see the inside of this one, so I don't need to render it. E, but backwards. 30. 45. Have this go up like this. And we'll have this belt strap. You got to pick yourself up by them. Let's make this red so I can tell how thick this is, so I can have it be matching. 13, nice and lucky. Okay, how far do you go down? Well, you kind of cinch, and then you go halfway forearm, like right about here. Okay. Two. just to give it a little bit of drama. Okay. Might be able to actually, once again, make a masking layer that throws a little shadow down, so as this kind of moves a little bit, because I'm probably going to have some physics on this. Okay. Any quick wins? Besides this one. Okay, actually, can do something on here. I might as well just make white. Didn't look too shiny, though. Either way. Well, let's try and put these. So these are a pale yellow. Less vibrant than the hair, but I can use it as a base. So let's take that. Let's strip off all the whimsy, put it down at 50. And the pleats start about right here. Oop. And then let's say 8. 3, 4. How close do they get? Not close at all. Need to be a lot thinner. 16. Perfect. And I'll need to figure out a way to incorporate a gap in here. Honestly, it'll probably just be I cut this down so it's its own layer and it kind of moves a little bit. Oop. Turn this on. $65, $40. So what I also probably need to do is exactly what this is doing and extend this just slightly. Like have coming over this its own little thing to the side. Same as I'm going to have for this, except this will move a lot more and show like that it's open. Anyways, let's just get these to go up at the moment. Like right about here. Outline it for now. In fact, I can just go like Or a cheap version of that. Actually... 40. 5. Oop. Okay, got it in there. Haven't made it completely a skirt. Lost a bit of its visual with that. And I need to figure out a way to continue down with these buttons on it. But that can be later. Where do you come from? Okay, is there anything else odd sticking out from left arm? You're weird. Nope. The shoes came out a lot better than I expected. I'll say that. I might as well put laces on while I'm here. Or at least the beginning of it. Shoelace. They're just white. Okay, they're brown. Let's reuse this. Make these two horizontal. Okay, drop this down. 25. Okay, those come through real well. The distances look almost okay. I think I need to move this up like 2. This is why I wanted them on different layers, so I don't murder everything when I move it around. Also, if I want to do like a little parallax or something. Okay. Might continue this next week. I'll see what I have planned, but it's a good way to just drop 8 hours on it, is to plan a stream. Though it isn't me like, oh, wait, I know what I need to do. This doesn't make sense. Oh god, this doesn't make sense at all. How can I have this? How will I fix it? Whoop, turn that off for a second. There we go. Now it perfectly makes sense. The joys of pixels. Okay, so... Hello. I got a commission and I'm working on it. I'm about to wrap this stream up because 11 hours means I didn't get anything done this weekend. I need to get a few things done, but I'll work on this while I'm doing things. Going off of this, I mostly have focused fire today on getting the face done. At least the base, none of this sort of stuff. And ended up working on the shoes because I'm terrible at shoes. To try to keep this from being too skirt-like, I'm kind of leaning towards it being like, you know, this sort of thing. Which it pretty much is. It's missing the second button over here. But yeah, it continues down and these are separated. It just has these pleats down there. Either way, I think I've done quite all right today. I have all the mouth forms in there. I have the hair on here. I might need to work a little bit on the rest of it, but I think this works out. It's pretty accurate. I spent some time trying to get this to work, which is interesting in itself. Nah. Oh, I could use some sleep myself, so I don't blame you. So I'm thinking pretty good. The next part I'm going to try and focus on is getting this draped across and set up so that it can be lifted a little bit. I'm guessing like these might be the maximum extensions I want. So this is a good thing to reference, and then like it tilts in. I don't know if it's a good thing to try and animate off of, but I could go from like 1s to 2s to 3s to 4s. And given how long it is, it might actually do something more than the arms did, but let's not make the same mistake too many times. Anyways, thank you for joining. I may or may not do something tomorrow. I'll think of it sometime before tonight. I will put down, am I doing it for President's Day or not? But, yeah, I might actually just need some rest. I might do it on the side, though. Anyways, thank you for coming. That's not the right button. This is the right button. And I will see you again next week when I do something. Probably this, because, hey, commission takes priority over everything else. But I'll see what I get done this week. Anyway, take care, and see you next time.